Testing. Okay. Hello. Hello. Eddie Hayes says 5x5. Christopher Donison, good to see you. Sup? He says sup, Nem. Again, just testing the mic here. I got a new mic. I haven't installed it yet, so we're still rocking the old mic for this evening, unfortunately. But it should work. Andy Hayes, good to see you. Says missed you, bro. I missed you too, Andy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Bremer says evening all audio is plus. That's good. That's good. Yeah, the old mic is a little bit low, so I went ahead and I got the new mic, but I don't have it set up yet, so we're still using the old mic. Yeah, Nathan. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. I guess what I'll do is I'll lower the desktop audio a little bit below my audio so that you guys can hear me a little better. A lot of activity happening tonight here in Israel. A lot of news this week, again, out of the Middle East and abroad. So we have a lot of stuff to cover this evening. We're going to be doing kind of an informal report tonight as we continue our live coverage of this situation unfolding in Gaza, Israel and Gaza here, but across the Middle East. But again, we're not doing our typical formal Wednesday-style report. I decided for a more formal report, I might wait till Friday or Saturday, expecting some big news possibly. Also, because of what you're seeing on screen right now. I felt with the level of activity that we're seeing on these cameras this evening, guys, that it probably would be counterproductive for me to be pulling you away from the cameras and, you know, doing our typical style of report. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read through my news and all of my, you know, material here that we have prepared, but we're going to do it as we watch the cameras, and we'll be kind of talking about what we're seeing here live as we do our reporting. As Otter Carmen says, so much going on, indeed. Indeed. As Brent Matthews says, it's hot, hot, hot. That is for sure. It is very active tonight here in Gaza. I'll probably start this evening by going through our open source intelligence data, more specifically our open source intelligence reports from resources like Live UA Map, Live Universal Awareness Map. But we'll be taking a look at all sorts of different stuff tonight. Again, I'm going to try to do my best to kind of, again, kind of keep an eye on what's going on the main cams here. We have a couple different feeds that you're not seeing on screen, but these are our two main feeds that we have up here on screen. A lot going on both of them, so we're going to try to keep tabs on these and the other ones as well, and simultaneously give reports. Epimoo, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight and giving the super chat there. I see you put some hot cocoa and cookie emojis. I believe that's Epi's signature dish, if I'm not mistaken. Does make me want to have a nice cup of hot chocolate, though, seeing that. Again, thank you so much, Epi, for tuning in tonight. As always, our favorite Scotsman is tuning in. Adrian T, good to see you. Ukton. Kimberly, Crypto Santa Claus, can't forget you. Sydney, good to see you. Timmy Johnson, good to see you. Mythical, as always. As you guys are joining us tonight, make sure to hit that like button on the way in. Again, it's the algorithm that we have to cater to here. So make sure to hit the like button real quick, again, on the way in. It helps support the channel, helps get this reporting into the feeds of more people, into the recommended feeds. So again, we gotta, again, cater to the algorithm here. Make sure to hit that like button, guys. Also, if you're not subscribed yet, hit the subscribe button and hit that notification bell. It's the only way to get notified when new videos and streams go live. Because again, YouTube doesn't like to share this content with people, guys. So we have to do it manually. Okay, so you have to manually hit that subscribe button, or sorry, the notification bell button. Otherwise, you're not going to get any notifications when we go live. I would say a good majority of the people that are subscribed to us don't get any notifications, some of them, even if they hit that notification bell. But also, it's another reason why we have to hit that like button, because again, we got to cater to the algorithm here. We're in manual mode, all right? YouTube isn't automatically sharing this content with people. So again, got a lot to cover here this evening. Again, kind of just getting started here, waiting for some people to flood in here. As I said, it takes a while for people to see that we are live. Links in the description. I know a few people were asking about open source intelligence tools. There, again, are links down in the description below this stream to where you can find all that stuff. But more importantly, there's a link to where you can join our Discord server. That's the best resource for information and up-to-date reporting. But it's also a really good resource for all these open source intelligence tools. We actually have a channel under the OSINT channels category. There's a channel called OSINT Tools. In there, you'll find a whole bunch of useful stuff. And we try to add to that as much as we can. In fact, it needs to be updated. But there's quite a few new tools that I need to add into there, so I'll be doing that at some point here. Twitcher79, good to see you. Speaking of which, for those that don't know, we are dual streaming to both YouTube and Twitch. So big shout out to everybody that's joining us over on Twitch tonight, as well as everybody that's over here on YouTube. Adrian T says, actually, I got the notification from Discord for the stream. Yep, so that's why I post over there in the Discords, because that's probably the best way to get the streams out to my viewers is the Discord server, because it's a lot easier to ping you guys over there. YouTube just is incapable, for some reason, of sharing these streams with our subscribers when they go live. Very few people get the actual notifications. Lee Baroon, good to see you. Thank you for keeping an eye on the live chat tonight. Also, Michael J. Fout, I saw you in there as well. Yeah, I tried. I mean, if you want to know what's going on or when I'm going live, the best place to see that is in the YouTube channel. I try to keep the YouTube community tab updated with when I'm going to be going live and stuff, but it's harder for me there than it is over on the Discord. I can just quickly post in the Discord updates channel, or even the general chat. Sometimes I post it just to let you guys know when I'm going live. Doompie says I got a notification on YouTube 18 minutes ago. Well, that's good. So that means somebody at least is getting some YouTube notifications. Andy Hayes, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, good to have you here, Nem. Used to only be CNN. Yeah, we've come a long way. Now people, there's all sorts of open source intelligence channels that you can get your information from. Again, we're giving the news back to the people. The news brought to you by the people, for the people. Alrighty, so again, we got a lot to go over this evening. On screen currently, we're seeing two Gaza skyline cams. One's from Reuters, one is from AFP. We'll probably start tonight by going through our open source intelligence data, starting with our open source intelligence reports from Live Universal Awareness. So we got quite a bit actually to go through on the live UA map. And I could start, I guess what we'll do is we'll start from the 12-hour mark, as I used to do for the Ukraine war. And we'll go up from there. even though there's a lot of stuff that happened even prior to that I'd like to mention, but again, we'll get to it later in the show. Linda, good to see you. Amanda, good to see you. Let's see here. Twitcher79. No, we also have some Ukraine news for you guys this evening as well. Ken, every Wednesday, I mean, even though we are, mainly shifting our focus to the Israel-Gaza conflict, we still are continuing to give reporting on the Ukraine war, and you can bet that if anything major occurs there, besides the typical exchange of fire that's happening, on an every hour by hour basis in Ukraine, any major occurrences we will be live reporting for, just like we would here for the Israel conflict. David B says, haven't been here since the start of the Ukraine war. Well, you're here now. Thank you so much, David, for tuning back in. Good to see you. So again, trying to get organized here, because we've got a lot of information to go over. In fact, what I might do... I need to pop out. Pop out this chat here so I can move it to a different screen. That way I can see both on one screen here. All right. All right, so starting with our live universal awareness map data, we're going to start at the 12-hour mark. A lot of explosions here happening on those camps. In fact, actually, I'm going to switch my primary audio over to my headphones so I can actually hear more clearly that audio back there. There we go. This will give me a much better understanding of what you guys are hearing as well, so I can more properly audio balance things here. Twitcher79 asks a good question, says, how many of y'all think we're waiting on the beginning of World War III? I honestly think that we're already kind of into it. Again, I don't want to fearmonger or anything like that, but you have two simultaneous wars happening, both in Ukraine and again in the Middle East, in this kind of broader conflict between the U.S. and Iran, which is starting to unfold here. And again, after Friday, I think we're really going to know which direction that's going. That's just kind of my take on things so far. Michael J. Hout says, I've got the World Series on the TV and Nemico on the iMac. It's a way to be. All right, so again, let's get started on our live UA reports that we have here for you. Let's move this out of the way. All right, so 12 hours ago, planes dropped leaflets in the sky of Khan Yunis, south of Gaza. You can actually see a picture here on screen in the top left, guys. This little puff you see here that looks like a cloud is thousands of leaflets being scattered across Khan Yunis. And there's actually a video, which I guess apparently it's been taken down. Or won't let me access that for some reason. Not exactly sure what's going on there, but again, the photo you can see there. Actually, it's kind of hard how I have it positioned on the stream. You guys actually won't be able to see that. Again, trying to keep the main focus tonight on these cams here. Again, you can hear the sounds of munitions exploding there in the distance, in the near distance, actually. Speedy Squirrel says, echo on Nemico's voice end. Yes, Speedy. We're still dealing with the mic issues. I got the new mic. Haven't set it up yet. Don't worry, I'll get that set up later. For the next stream, we'll be rocking the new mic. All right, so next up, the UNRWA says 40 facilities of our institutions were subjected to Israeli bombing. This is 12 hours ago. Also 12 hours ago, the Jordanian king and the president of the UAE stressed the necessity of international action to stop the escalation and protect civilians. Got another pretty big boom there. Speedy Squirrel says, no worries, Nemico, in stereo. At least I'm coming in 2 ears. If I'm coming in 2 ears, that means I'm doing something right. Okay, so 12 hours ago, spokesperson for the United Nations, High Commissioner of Human Rights, says, we are concerned about the casualties of civilians in Gaza. Well, no shit. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's massive amounts of civilian casualties occurring here. That is without a doubt. 12 hours ago, Hamas announces that its members clashed with Israeli army force in Beit Hanun in Gaza. So again, that's Hamas, the terrorist group, announcing that its members clashed with an Israeli army force in that area there. But again, got to keep in mind that they've been clashing. They've been clashing for a few weeks now. So 11 hours ago, the death of Palestinians. Many wounded and massive destruction following the destruction of a residential neighborhood in the Al-Faluga area in Jabalia camp. You can see an image here on screen, right here, of some of those residential buildings that have been destroyed there. 11 hours ago, an airstrike west of Jabalia, northern Gaza. You can see an image here on screen of that as well. Hearing quite a few explosions there in the background at the moment. Very active here at 3:11 a.m. Come on to the 3 o'clock hour here in Gaza. Very active. You can hear just the sheer level of munitions that are being expended out there. "11 hours ago, the Turkey foreign minister says you cannot use a double standard for Ukraine and Palestine. If Israeli attacks don't stop the war, we'll expand. We seek cooperation with the European Union, but they are against a ceasefire. They stand with Israel and U.S. and want the continuation of Israeli attacks." Again, this is coming from the Turkish foreign minister. 11 hours ago, Burrell says we are horrified by the large number of victims as a result of the Israeli bombing in Jabalia. Again, not sure if I'm 100% correct on that pronunciation, so bear with me. Brenner's Ghost, yeah, I can agree with that. Turkey is often quite two-faced. They do this. They like to play the middleman. They like to play the middle ground, so to speak, I've noticed. "11 hours ago, and this is going to be some of the bigger news that we talk about this evening, the Iranian foreign minister in Turkey says, if the Israeli attacks on Gaza continue, the consequences will be severe, they say. End quote. Again, some pretty large explosions there happening in the background on that Gaza stream. Kimberly says, I can't pronounce most of the map over there. Yeah, it took me about a year, about 2 years actually, to get as good at pronouncing Ukrainian town names as I am now. So it's going to take me a while to get warmed up to the Arabic town names and the Israeli names as well. 11 hours ago, the Israeli army leaflets dropped in Khan Yunis telling residents to evacuate to the south. So again, I was showing you those leaflets in the air a little bit ago. This is what they look like here. Again, it provides a phone number and a WhatsApp/Telegram number. Again, which I take is for getting information, I'm pretty sure. So there's a video along with this as well. It's literally just the same thing as the picture. It's just showing the leaflet in motion. Not a big deal. Somebody asked, is that fog up on the top cam or smoke? It's about a 50-50, I think. I mean, there is a lot of smoke. It could also be fog, but I'm guessing that this is probably more smoke because of all the fires that are burning. Michael J. Hout says Turkey's position on this is extra complicated given they are in NATO. Twitcher79 says a lot of smoke and dust. I think it's a lot of dust. I think it's a lot of smoke and dust, honestly. I don't think it's fog. I mean, I have seen fog a few times. I don't know if maybe Doompie wants to get us the Gaza weather report. Go for it. Lost B83 says, Nemico, where's your avatar with the javelin? I'm actually not using the avatar with the javelin anymore. Haven't been for a while now. Marcus asks, do we have an avatar for the donkey? No, we don't have an avatar for Dan the Donkey yet, but maybe at some point we'll get that going. If somebody wants to take the initiative on some Dan the Donkey avatars, go ahead. Yeah, a lot of explosions happening here in the background. I'm just kind of listening to all of the activity that we're seeing here. Quite a lot. Arabic name that I cannot pronounce for the life of me. Thank you so much for subscribing. Whoever you were, thank you much. To everybody that is subscribed tonight, thank you so much for being here. Joe Blowin' Wind, good to see you. Ray, good to see you. Extreme Edison, cool name, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Wow, big explosion there. That audio is a little delayed, guys, but again, because it is, you know, traveling only at the speed of sound. So I'm taking it that's a mix of audio delay on the camera and actual, like, you know, sound travel delay as well. So it's a little bit, when you see an explosion like that, there will be a slight delay with the sound. Unless it's super close. If it's super close, it'll be much less of a delay. Larry D, good to see you. Says good to check in with you again, Nemico. Good to see you as well, Larry. So again, moving on from our 11-hour mark here. And again, we were talking about the Israeli army dropping those leaflets. Next up, we have 11 hours ago, the Israeli artillery bombards the outskirts of the towns of Bilda. And again, I'm going to really try to go out on a limb here and pronounce this one. Aitarun with incendiary shells, apparently, allegedly. Again, this was geolocated and confirmed. Most of these are geolocated and confirmed. Again, that's the nice part about Live UA Map, is it does have a bit of what's the word I'm looking for? Curating, I suppose. A bit of verification. At least for the most part, we get some geolocation on some of these events, which is useful. Doompie says, I looked up the weather real quick, but not sure how accurate. Let me know. I'll read it off here on stream. I guess I could always bring it up on another monitor, but it's much more fun when Doompie does it, because he's been doing it for like 2 years now. Every stream. Michael J. Howard, are you stationed in Poland? God damn, that's a good sprite. Anyway, moving on. 11 hours ago, Hezbollah targeting Israeli positions in Al-Milikia and Al-Bayad, opposite of Aitarun and Bilda. So again, that's happening 11 hours ago. You can see where that is located on the map over on liveuamap.com. Again, I don't have it on screen like I normally would. Again, because we're keeping an eye on these cameras here. I guarantee you that is smoke on the top cam, guys, because look how thick it is right now. At night, the temperatures are cooler, and so smoke from these artillery strikes and missile strikes and fires that are burning as well likes to cling closer to the ground. And so again, my money is on this mostly being a thick layer of smoke and dust here, which is just lingering. Again, you can see quite a bit of it even on that bottom cam here. Michael J. Hout says, if by stationed you mean married a Polish woman, yes, I did. I'm a teacher, not military or anything. I don't know why I was getting military vibes from you, Michael. But I guess teaching is a great service as well. That's funny, though. If by stationed you mean married a Polish woman. I have quite a few Polish friends. Good people. Good people. Rock-a-san, not sure if you're already in the chat or not, but I saw on Discord, says, missed anything good? There's been quite a bit going on this evening. Again, all of a sudden, that top cam is completely smoked out. Big explosion there on the bottom cam. And there's the audio reaching the camera there. Miss Tiger Eye, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Again, we're just kind of having another informal report tonight, as there's so much activity happening on these cams that I you know, wasn't going to draw away from that and just not have these on screen. I kind of wanted, you know, have us be able to see what's going on here. But again, I'm going to continue reading through the reports here. 11 hours ago, the first batch of foreigners arriving from Gaza arrives on the Egyptian side. Again, that's the first batch, guys. First batch of foreigners arriving from Gaza arrives on the Egyptian side. So just now, people are getting out. Another explosion there on stream. Prepare for the audio. You can actually hear the incoming. If you look closely on the left side of the bottom cam, you can actually see the glow from a fire from that strike that just occurred moments ago. TU Live, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Twitcher79 says about 4 miles out. I think a little less than that. I'm guessing like probably a mile, maybe a mile or two. Because keep in mind, guys, there is some audio. There's some just natural delay of audio between the footage and the audio as well, not just the traveling of the sound to the camera. So the actual delay is a little bit less than what we're seeing here. Next up here, 10 hours ago, the Israeli army, simultaneously with the expansion of the ground operations of the ground forces, a multi-armed combined effort is taking place together with the Navy and the Air Force in order to neutralize ground attacks and significantly damage the terrorist organization Hamas. Hamas. There's also a video here, which I actually, oh wow, screen lighting up quite a bit there on the bottom screen. This is some footage here of an Israeli tank firing on some Hamas positions, very close actually, and busted some smoke as well. All right, hold up. Don't worry. I'm not gonna. We gotta get this up on screen so you guys can see this here. Okay. Go like this. Go like this. And then I guess we could just shrink this down for now. There we go. Sweet. And actually I will, just for now. There we go. Looks good to me. All right, now, how far over? Actually, it goes way farther. This angle is actually way bigger than I thought. There we go. That's good. All right. So, again, this is some footage of Israeli Defense Forces. Big explosion there. Prepare for boom. That was a little bit more tame. I might or might not need to go get another beverage here in just a second. In fact, actually, maybe while this video is playing. It's 54 seconds long though, so that's not too long. I don't know if I'll have enough time to make it to the fridge and back. we'll see. All right, again, this clip here is, again, Israeli tank firing at Hamas forces pretty close. Yes, cam 1 is still live, guys. The top cam is still live. It's just covered in smoke. Absolutely covered in smoke right now. So again, for those of you that have been watching the stream for a few days, when you see those clips from like Reuters, or not the clips, but the live cams from Reuters that are looking at like a scene like this is what it looks like on the ground when you're down there. This clip right here really puts it in perspective. Again, this is some close air support here that they're getting. I mean, that's the definition of danger close right there. I mean, look, you got debris falling everywhere. In fact, you can even see the incoming round right there. Whatever that is, it looks like a bomb, aerial bomb, maybe. Yeah, it looks like a bomb that was dropped from a fighter, I think. Again, I'm not no expert, but yeah, some pretty crazy footage there. Again, that is a fire we're seeing there burning on the side of the screen on the bottom cam there. Guess let's adjust this just a little bit. There we go, that's better. Perfect. Awesome. Yeah, again, if you guys haven't already, hit that like button real quick. Again, we need to cater to the algorithm here. All right, I got another video here to show you. This is from 10 hours ago. IDF says dozens of targets of the terrorist organization Hamas were destroyed in IDF attacks, including observation posts, anti-tank squads and launchers, vessels, and military outposts. In addition, militants were killed, infiltrations into Israeli territory were prevented, and terrorist incidents were thwarted, they say. Again, first let's take a look at this image. Images they have here, taken from this video that I think we're about to watch. Some interesting stuff here. Again, let's take a look at this video. It's about 40 seconds long here. While this is playing, I'm going to try to run to get a drink real quick. Let's see if I can make it back in time. Sad Butterfly asks, why can't we see anything on cam 1? Is it fog or it's smoke? It is smoke. It is smoking up there. That is for sure. Just trying to adjust this. Why? I don't know why it likes to switch back and forth. All right, so okay, I'm gonna start this video. I'm gonna see if I can make it back before it ends. All right.
נשמח שה-76 שמשו לפגיעה בקו החוף מציר זריף עד ציר ברושור. קיבלת.
Okay, I'm restarting it. I'm restarting the video. Wasn't fair. I didn't get a good start.
נשמח שה-76 שמשו לפגיעה בקו החוף מציר זריף עד ציר ברושור, האם קיבלת?
אישור תקיפה, לכניסה ותקיפה. אנחנו נהיה עכשיו בקטע של הטייקים, אז אתם יכולים להיות נכון, אני יכול להעביר לך נמצאניק.
Okay, I'm back. I made it. I made it. Okay, so I'm gonna replay that because I didn't get to see it. Whew. Okay. Alrighty.
אנחנו מוכנים לטובתכם עם הסלטיל.
אני אשמח שה-76 שמשו לפגיעה בקו החוף מציר זריף עד ציר ברושור, האם קיבלת?
So, we got a... Jesus. We got a flare. Somebody mentioned we got a flare up there. On screen, bottom, Gaza cam. Bottom, Gaza cam. I'm trying to get back to my thing here. So again, I think what we're seeing here is an amphibious assault.
עד ציר ברושור, האם קיבלת?
אישור תקיפה, לכניסה ותקיפה. אנחנו נהיה עכשיו בקטע של הטייקים, אז אתם יכולים להיות נכון, אני יכול להעביר לך נמצאניק.
Where did my live chat go? There it is. Got it. Awesome. Next up, 10 hours ago, the Israeli army in Al-Makaila targeted a disabled Balkan vehicle on the outskirts of the town of Atarun, while the Al-Asi site targeted a house on the outskirts of Maiz al-Jabal. Again, quite a tongue twister there. A Balkan vehicle? So that looks like an excavator there. Which must have been digging trenches. Again, that's my guess here, is that they were making some fortifications there. Some fortified positions. Yeah, I got a couple flares going up in the sky here on our bottom cam. Seems like one is still up. Looks, I can kind of see that fire faintly. Yeah, but our top cam is completely fogged out. This cam is live. It says live right there, live. This is a live picture that we've seen just get completely blanked out with smoke. For those that were debating if it was fog or smoke, I can most definitely tell you this is smoke. It is smoky. It's a smoky one. 10 hours ago, Ismail Hene says, the Gaza war is a fateful battle between those who believe in tolerance and coexistence and the Nazis. 10 hours ago, Al-Qassam Brigade says, we surprised an Israeli infantry force near Erez from behind the lines and killed 3 soldiers from a close distance. Todd Y, good to see you. "10 hours ago, Ismail Haneh says it is important to continue operations at the Rafah crossing in both directions. Also calls on the United States to stop supporting the Israeli military. And also said the scenario we presented to the mediators includes a prisoner exchange deal. And 10 hours ago here, we have a number of individual mines exploded in the Bir Shuaib area on the outskirts of the town of Bilda due to the outbreak of fire in the area as a result of the fall of light shells that caused a large fire. You can see some images on screen here. "10 hours ago, an artillery strike on Sheikh Zayed, northern Gaza." You can see an image here on screen that shows the plume of debris and smoke there coming up from the explosion that occurred. "10 hours ago, an alarm was triggered in Shatula in the western Gali. Again, guys, bear with me on the pronunciations here. 9 hours ago, Israeli artillery shelled targets on the outskirts of the towns of Aita, Al-Shab, and Ramaya. Another flare here you can see up on screen, guys, bottom cam. "9 hours ago, sirens in Tel Aviv, central Israel." You can see here some red alert sirens here. Again, because of some incoming missile attacks. 9 hours ago, continuous raids by Israeli warplanes and artillery on areas of Al-Atatra and Al-Saltin, north of Gaza, occurred. Nine hours ago, Jordanian Foreign Ministry says they are summoning the Jordanian ambassador to Israel as an expression of Jordan's position rejecting the raging war in Gaza. Eight hours ago, actually, sorry, we have another one here. 9 hours ago, United Nations. It is alarming that 2/3 of those who died in Gaza were women and children. I believe they meant to say those that have died so far. Again, there's a lot of people still buried in the rubble that have not even been able to be retrieved yet. You got to keep that in mind. These numbers are just these numbers are in their infancy. They're guaranteed to increase in the coming days and weeks here. 8 hours ago, clashes and bombing between the Israeli army and Hamas fighters in Beit Hanun, crossing into the Gaza Strip. You guys hear in the background here, you can hear Israeli fighter jets flying in the skies above Gaza, and we're seeing some explosions there on screen. Again, you can hear those fighter jets overhead here. Russia Ligaba, good to see you. It says, man, I watched the Battle of Zaporizhzhia on this channel live. Glad to see you're still at it. Of course, man. Glad to see you're still tuning in. As Twitcher79 says, Iran is already involved in this war. Don't be naive, and that's very true. Iran is deeply involved. I wouldn't say just involved. They are deeply involved in this. Just Me says, I don't know exactly what is going on over there, but I have a really, really bad feeling for us. Michael J. Hout, yes, I do. That was a hell of a night. Hell of a night. Yeah, that was pretty crazy to see that senator retweeting our stream. Kind of a highlight of the channel so far. Katie Horton says, Iran is involved and the U.S. is involved again or will be soon. Well, the U.S. is already involved in supporting Israel. They've been sending tons, I don't just mean that metaphorically, but literally tons of aid to Israel already. Excuse me. Selena asks, which senator? It was Senator Marco Rubio, the night of the Zaporizhzhia battle in Ukraine over that nuclear power plant. Tweeted us live, and it got picked up all over the place. Our footage was being streamed on all sorts of news platforms. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Crazy night. Kendra, good to see you. To you as well. Katie, no problem. Speedy Squirrel says, and again, for those that don't know, Speedy Squirrel, longtime channel viewer and supporter. Again, big shout out. Thank you there. Speedy Squirrel's from the UAE, not to dox Speedy Squirrel at all, but the UAE is, as she says here, not going to lie, it's tense here, just nobody is talking about it. And I have some other friends from the UAE that have said the same thing to me in the past week here, that they can feel tensions there in the UAE are running high. I mean, there's people here in the States that have said that. They feel tensions here in the States domestically are running high as well. So again, this is a very heated topic for a lot of people. It's very divisive, that's for sure. Yeah, a lot of explosions happening. I'm trying to go through our live UA updates, but I mean, Gaza is just being bombarded right now. Jordan Lindsay, good to see you. Okay. So, 8 hours ago, successive explosions do not stop, resulting from the clashes waged by the Hamas with the Israeli forces penetrating the Al-Zaytun neighborhood in Gaza City, and artillery fires dozens of shells. Eight hours ago, the General Authority for Crossings in Gaza to Al Jazeera says, and again, big explosion there on screen just now, work is continuing at the Rafah crossing to facilitate the passage of wounded and those holding foreign passports. Nancy Sailman says, how is the Iron Dome doing? Pretty good so far. That's a good question, actually, how they are doing. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen, while I take a look at a few things here. Corey Hartman on Twitch says, Nemico, I know that the Iron Dome did shoot down a Yemen rocket, so I believe it's working fine last time I heard. Yeah, I think as recently as today, it was reported to have been in action. Yeah, a lot of explosions happening on this bottom Gaza cam right now, folks. So moving on here, again, we got a lot of news to work our way through here. 8 hours ago, a Palestinian medical source says dozens of dead and wounded in an Israeli bombing targeting a bakery in Al-Nasir neighborhood in Gaza. Eight hours ago, Russia's president. I hear another jet here overhead. Rumbling. 8 hours ago, Russian President Putin has sent a message to Iran's president through his special envoy, Alexander Lavrenitiev. Today in Tehran, Lavrenitiev met Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Ali Akbar. So again, the Russians and the Iranians, again, building further ties here, guys. Talking about Gaza today. They were discussing Gaza. Big explosion there near the camp. Most likely coming from that fighter jet we hear above. Michelle Welch, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button real quick for me. If you're just joining us, we're just going through our live universal awareness map updates. I'm at about the 8-hour mark, so everything from 8 hours to now we're about to go through, so you guys will get the latest information. But again, having an interesting report tonight because of how active these cameras are and these strikes that are occurring here in Gaza. We're just kind of like, we're stuck in limbo somewhere in between doing an actual report and observing these cameras and commentating. Again, that top right cam covered in smoke, guys. I know it just looks like a brown square right now, so sorry about that. But it isn't. If we scroll back here to earlier in the night, you can see that it is, in fact, a pretty decent skyline camera. Shows a bit off the distance, but it's just been completely smoked over. Completely smoked over. But at any moment that wind could shift and it could clear up. Yeah, I've seen these cameras go from smoky to not smoky very quickly, and the opposite going from clear to covered up like this very quick as well. In fact, earlier, I mean, it didn't take very long for that to, let me see, where was it? It's like right there we can still see, and then within like a matter of minutes, like right there we can still see lights, and then just gone. Just complete smoke. So yeah, I got some flares happening there. Some flares going up there in the sky. See some fires there. Very interesting scene here on this Gaza cam. You can actually see the silhouetting of that building on the right side there, or sorry, left side. Alright, hold on. I'm going to actually expand this view out real quick so you guys can really see this. Let's get that up there. Let's go up here like that. Actually, we can even go further this way. Yeah, just look at that. I mean, what a crazy sight to behold this evening, guys. I'm not sure exactly what's lighting up those buildings on that side. I think it's, I think they have some spotlights over there. Some people were mentioning that that's the hospital on the right side of the screen. Is that true? Can anybody give me some details on that? Yeah, some people, both in the Discord and in the live chat, were saying that there's the hospital on that right side. And there's obviously some kind of spotlight over there. I mean, there's no power anywhere here in Gaza. Everybody's blacked out here. But I think that would make sense, you know, they keep the light on the hospital to, you know, kind of say to the attacking aircraft, you know, hey, this is the hospital, don't bomb us, please. Okay. This is an interesting one Digit just posted in Discord. I actually hadn't heard of it. I hadn't seen this today. I'm going to look into this real quick before I report on it. Okay. So yeah, confirmed. So we got a post from CNBC actually to back this up. So earlier, so 1 day ago, I have a post here that says 1 day ago, an unarmed missile test from Vandenberg Air Force Base may be widely visible. So it says the Vandenberg Space Force Base, well, Air Force Base is now the Space Force here in the United States. For those that don't know, we now have the Air Force and a separate Space Force. Anyway, the Vandenberg Space Force Base is set to test an unarmed Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile Tuesday night. That was 1 day ago. Just now, in the Discord, I see Digit post this thing. He says, curious about the anomaly today, rare to see. And it's this post that says a Minuteman III missile, which again is an intercontinental ballistic missile that would usually carry nukes, was launched earlier this morning from Vandenberg Space Force Base, but the anomaly, the flight was terminated after liftoff due to an anomaly. Basically they destroyed it. So it says here the U.S. Air Force blows up a Minuteman III in test flight after a post-launch anomaly occurred. So basically, they blew the thing up. So this is an intercontinental ballistic missile here, and they were doing a test launch, and some kind of anomaly occurred, and it forced them to blow this thing out of the air. Either that or remotely detonate it. I'm not exactly sure. It says the U.S. Air Force said on Wednesday it had blown up a Minuteman III missile over the Pacific Ocean after an anomaly was detected following its launch from the Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. The Air Force did not elaborate, but said it was forming a launch analysis group to investigate. So that's sketchy. That's super sketchy. I had not heard about that. Yeah, that is some crazy, crazy stuff. I actually did not expect to bring you guys a report like that tonight. As Ollie Manstein says, well, it is rocket science. You got me there. So yeah, a lot of flares being used right there, guys. Center screen on those buildings in the back there. A lot of activity occurring here tonight. All right, let's get, I guess until the other camera gets unsmoked, I'm just gonna move this one up here. Yeah, and then we'll put this down here for now. See, we're adapting, we're overcoming. All right, so and oh shit, that was loud. Okay, all right, let's get this. We'll move this, I guess, just kind of over here for now. And we'll kind of shift its size a little bit. Can you guys still see what we're looking at, though? I think you can. I think it's good enough. Whatever. It's good enough. All right, so We had the post about the Russian president here. 8 hours ago, so again, more flares. A lot of activity happening around that cluster of buildings there in Gaza. Eight hours ago, the commander of the division that leads the ground operation in Gaza, Division 162, Brigadier General Itzik Cohen, says the forces are deep in the strip at the gates of Gaza City. We dismantled many of Hamas's capabilities. We attacked its strategic installations. We completely dismantled the entire array of explosives, the underground array, and other complexes. This is a war for the existence of the state, and we will win it, they say. Very stark words there. 8 hours ago, Israeli army spokesperson says the Israeli army attacked the squad that fired mortars a short time ago at Shatula, northern Israel. Terrorist squads that tried to launch anti-tank missiles at the Lebanese border were also attacked. And if you look on screen here, again, we have more flares here in the sky and some other explosions occurring as well. That flare there lighting up the entire Gaza skyline like a miniature sun setting there in the night sky. Very interesting shot there of Gaza. Yeah, very interesting stuff we're seeing here tonight, folks. The nightcap is saying it's acting like a white phosphorus bomb seen from a distance. It's too large and falls too quick to be a flare. I don't know. I think it's still a flare. Also, it's too orange. White phosphorus is like more light, you know, like white and maybe a lighter yellow. DeGoat asks, what's this website you're using, Nemico? It's actually called Live Universal Awareness Map. It's liveuamap.com. You can find a link to that in the description below the video. There's actually, they have one for Ukraine, they have one for everywhere, but it's divided up like country to country. So this is the Israel-Palestine Live UA map. There's also one for the Ukraine war. Was that Cheryl? Was that Cheryl or Charlene? I couldn't see which one that was. Thank you so much for subscribing. King Me One Time, thank you so much for subscribing. Much appreciated. Highly appreciated. Thank you so much. Yeah, another one there. Another one going up on screen. Look at that. Becky, thank you so much for subscribing and covering up the flare that we're trying to look at here. Sorry to put you on the spot there, Becky. Thank you so much for being here with us. Bonsai Bob, good to see you. Just Me asks what's going on with Ukraine. I haven't heard very much about them since it started. I will do a quick round of Ukraine updates later in the show. Just remind me so I don't forget. Just kidding, we wouldn't forget. We have not just Ukraine tonight, but we also have news from Russia. So we have some Russia-specific news, some Ukraine war-specific news. We also have some North Korean news and some Iran stuff to go over, as well as some China-Taiwan stuff as well to talk about. So we're going to touch on all of that here this evening. Wow. Actually, yeah, maybe that is something else. Because those are really bright to be flares. I mean, I don't know. And there's so many of them. There's so many of them going up. Yeah, that's something else. Somebody asking, could it be phosphorus? I don't know. It could be. I mean, Owly says they're flares. White phosphorus is a shower of white sparks. Yeah, I know it. Yeah, but see, like, they're arguing that basically we're seeing it as at a distance, and so that big broad shower just looks like a big blob to us at this distance. Owly, that's what they're arguing. Cottage Core, thank you so much for subscribing. Highly appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think those are any type of hand-launched flares. I mean, again, it's hard to tell from this distance what we're seeing here. These are so bright, though. I mean, they're lighting up a pretty broad area. Bremer's Ghost says they dropped too fast to be air or already dropped parachute flares. Well, I mean, it's not dropping too fast right there. Look, I mean, that's going down pretty slow. I mean, that thing is crazy bright, though. And it's like every 5 seconds we're getting a flare here. Smuggy says aliens. I like that answer. So next up here, what do we got? We got 8 hours ago, the UNOSAT says damage assessment illustrating satellite-detected changes in agricultural areas of the Gaza Strip, Palestinian-occupied territories as of the 27th of October. And it shows an image on screen here of some basically of destruction of these areas here due to, again, bombardment. Yeah, so, oh wow, see that? There was some tracer rounds. I believe that was a tracer going up. Or something else. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe that was a missile intercepting something. Maybe they were firing something at a drone. I'm not sure, but I saw something get fired there across the sky. Again, it's kind of hard to tell at this distance. I'm just going to move that out of the way for a minute while we watch the skyline here. Yeah. A lot of activity happening here. Yeah, I'm not sure if any of you guys saw that streak across the sky. I looked either like, I mean, it looked too big to be tracer fire. It might have been an like maybe like a surface-to-air missile of some kind that we just saw. Again, kind of hard to tell. Something just lit up near us, near the cam. So it looks like, oh, there we go, it reloaded. 8 hours ago, the UN relief coordinator says the bombing of Jabalia is the latest atrocity inflicted on the residents of Gaza. 8 hours ago, airstrike reported near Birkat Abu Rashid in the middle of Jabalia refugee camp north of the Gaza Strip. 7 hours ago, President of the United States Joe Biden says American citizens will leave Gaza on Wednesday. So again, that was today. And we did have that first batch of foreigners leave today. So I'm guessing that there was some Americans in that batch. Six hours ago, the Hamas military wing publishes scenes showing its members blowing up several Israeli tanks and vehicles south of a Zaytun neighborhood, Gaza City. Let's go ahead and get our screen cap back up. Some images here from this footage. We'll go ahead and show the footage on screen. This is some GoPro footage here. Again, from Hamas fighters, of them destroying some Israeli tanks. So you can see these type of burrow holes that they're fighting in. So earlier tonight, I showed you footage from a perspective of an Israeli tank. Well, this is what it looks like on the other end. Of course, this is a Hamas video, but you can kind of see like how the Hamas fighters are fighting and versus how the Israeli fighters are fighting. Interesting kill cams that they're using.
يا رب اسمك الأعظم يا رب سدد رمينا يا رب اسمك الأعظم سدد رمي مجاهدينا يا رب إن هذا دين فانصرنا وثبتنا يا رب ثبتنا يا رب يلا فكر الله أكبر
Very heavily edited. The IDF don't do too much editing. Not as much as that. There was a lot of like, I mean that was like, it's like the editor for Mr. Beast's YouTube channel edited that. Yeah, some tunnels like Vietnam almost, yeah. EC mentioned something that is very worth mentioning, but those are tandem warheads that they're using on those RPGs. He says tandems are not great for tanks. Yeah, you'd think you'd want some kind of armor penetrating, like shape charge sort of stuff for tanks, I would imagine. Yeah, was that tandem or thermobaric? I feel like we might even have to go back and look at the footage again. I'm looking on the my other monitor here. It actually looked more like a thermobaric round. The ones with the like a 40mm RTB ZMA or whatever the hell they're called. I guess it kind of looks like the tandems as well. Like a PG-7R tandem heat. So that's a Soviet round. HHBB says tandems are much longer. Yeah, they are extremely long. That looks more like a thermobaric, I think. Like the RTB 7MA, I think it is. Which is a Bulgarian manufactured round. With thermobaric grenade GTB 7MA. Intended for defeat of an enemy manpower and equipment placed mainly in field-type shelters. Concrete fortifications, caves, and in open. Or light armored and unarmored vehicles. So yeah, I guess we'd have to go back and look at the footage on that one. Which I guess we're going to have to do. Let's get a confirmation on this RPG round. I want to see exactly what they're using here. Okay. So that actually might be a tandem because you see that little flange at the tip? Hold on here. Right there. Right there. So I guess we can just get it out of the hole and look at it further here. Also, back up. Nice Adidas track pants. Literally rocking the Adidas track pants there. And carrying a Soviet RPG round. Okay. Is that a barrel? What is that? Some kind of hose or something? Alright, let's see this round. Right there. That's a tandem, I think, yeah. Yeah, it's not the thermobaric round. That looks like a Soviet PG-7R tandem heat. So it's a 105mm RPG round. I'm guessing from the shape of that that's a tandem. Yeah, I'm guessing it's a... actually, hold up. What's this? Yeah, PG-7T. That looks like a PG-7T just by the shape of it. Honestly, did not know that there was this many RPG variants. Yeah, I'm just going out on a limb here and saying that that's most likely a PG-7R tandem heat. Somebody said it looks like a garden hose. Could be. This almost looks like a... Now that one that the guy on the left is using almost is a little different looking. Actually, no, never mind. I digress. It just was the hose in front of it. Made it look different. But no, if you look at, if you go look up a Soviet PG-7R tandem heat round, I'm pretty sure that's what they're using. Well, it looks like they're using that on an all-person air, like a personnel carrier there. Somebody says they think that they're at a farm. And that's why there's the hose. Somebody also said the hose is from the tunnel. ME says Russians supply Adidas wear with every RPG. That would make sense. That would make sense. Five hours ago, suspected glider infiltration in the Zakim area in the northern Gaza Strip. Somebody's saying, wow, the rooster is still hanging around in there. Yeah, that rooster is tough. One tough bird, let me tell you. Five hours ago, Gaza crossings and borders. Borders Authority says we were informed by the Egyptian side that the Rafah crossing will operate tomorrow, Thursday, to complete the exit of the rest of the foreigners. So again, those aren't Gaza citizens getting out; those are just foreigners, mostly Americans, Egyptians, and other foreigners. Four hours ago, violent Israeli strikes on the Gaza Strip occurred. Also, 4 hours ago, new Maxar images show the scale of destruction from the Israeli airstrike on Tuesday in the Jabalia area. Buildings in an approximate area of at least 2,500 square meters have been completely flattened, with more surrounding buildings heavily damaged. We actually have a pretty gnarly satellite image here that I could get up on screen to show you guys exactly what they're talking about. If I can get my screen back up here. If you look here on screen, this big splat you see here is all just flattened buildings. See, a crazy huge strike that occurred there. Unknown if it was just one munition or multiple, like one large munition, or if it was multiple munitions. Again, I've seen some conflicting reports from that strike. But yeah, it completely smashed. Completely smashed those buildings to smithereens. 3 hours ago, Israeli aircraft launched a second raid on the outskirts of the town of Al-Qaza, which led to a fire in the forests of the area. 3 hours ago, Israeli army says it struck 2 terror cells in southern Lebanon. Near the Mais al-Jabal, one was preparing an anti-tank guided missile attack, while the other was just gunmen. Israeli army says it also struck rocket launchers used in an attack on the Yifta area. An aircraft also hit a Hezbollah site in an anti-tank guided missile launch position. There's also some video here. from these strikes that occurred. Oh, actually, our other feed guys that got smoked over, they ended it. They're like, yeah, there's no point in us having this camera up here anymore. So they ended it. Crawdad, good to see ya. I wonder if it's Hamas using flares just to be able to see, because I imagine that they don't have... Oh, wow. Incoming strikes there. I don't know if you guys saw those coming down out of the sky. That was pretty interesting. Wonder if it's Hamas using some flares. I mean, I imagine Hamas doesn't have a good supply of nods. I imagine most of their troops, it could be even Israeli forces, aren't fully equipped with nods or night vision. Or, you know what I'm saying? So it could be that either side is using flares just to, you know, do ground operations at night. Yeah. 3 hours ago, the Houthis claim in recent hours they have launched a large number of drones towards Israel, even though there were no alarms and the Israeli army did not say anything about interceptions in the Red Sea region. And that they will continue to support the Palestinians until Israel's aggression in Gaza stops. 3 hours ago, the president of the UAE says, directs that 1,000 Palestinian children from the Gaza Strip be treated in Emirati hospitals accompanied by their families. 2 hours ago, Egyptian president says the settlement of the Palestinian issue requires achieving the two-state solution. And 1 hour ago, our latest Universal Awareness report here says warplanes targeted a house near Beit Laya, first roundabout, and no injuries were recorded so far. We actually had one more report come in after that. It said the heavy Israeli bombing on the Tel Awa area in Gaza. That's 2 hours ago. Again, that no doubt came in probably when we were coming on the air. Due to popular request, I'm going to give a few Ukraine war updates next. But before we do that, if you guys haven't already, hit that like button. Again, we got about 250 people watching tonight, and only about, let me see here. Zoom out. Only 177 have hit the like button, so we got quite a few that haven't hit that like button yet, guys. If you can do me a favor and hit that for us real quick, helps a lot. And really quickly, so again, it's currently day 617 of the ongoing war in Ukraine. So again, day 617. The war is moving into a new attritional stage that will benefit Russia, says the Ukrainian commander-in-chief. Russia shells the highest number of cities and settlements this year. So, I'm going to go ahead here and give some rapid-fire Ukraine war updates, guys. A lot of explosions there happening on screen in Gaza. First up, Ukraine's commander-in-chief said the war with Russia was moving to a new stage of positional warfare involving static and attritional fighting, a phase he warned could benefit Moscow. Russia has shelled more than 100 settlements within the last 24 hours, more than in any single day so far this year, Ukraine said on Wednesday. Meanwhile, the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, told a prank caller posing as an African leader that there was, quote, a lot of tiredness over the war in Ukraine. That's a very interesting one. More than 260 civilians have been killed in Ukraine after stepping on mines or other explosives. Meanwhile, North Korea has also sent more than 10 shipments of munitions to Russia for use in the war against Ukraine, including more than 1 million artillery rounds. A Russian attack on Kherson in eastern Ukraine killed 1 person and injured 2 others, the region's governor said. Russia's launched a score of drones in a missile attack that targeted military and critical infrastructure, Ukraine's Air Force said, while regional officials said the Kremenchuk oil refinery was hit. Meanwhile, U.S. senators from both parties indicated support for funding for Ukraine, voicing doubts on Tuesday about a House Republican plan to split Joe Biden's request for a $106 billion aid package. Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, said in his nightly video address on Tuesday that, quote, the modern world is set up in such a way that it becomes accustomed to success too quickly. When the full-scale aggression began, many in the world did not think Ukraine would endure. Zelensky has previously rejected criticism, mainly from Western sources, that the counteroffensive against Russia was proceeding too slowly, saying that the war was not akin to a Hollywood movie set. Ukraine's military said Russian forces were gearing up for fresh attacks in different sections of the front, but there has been little movement along the approximately 1,000-kilometer or 600-mile front line in the recent months. Meanwhile, the Swiss government has decided to not lift its protection status for Ukrainians fleeing war before March 4th, 2025, it said in a statement earlier today. Opera singers in the northeastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. Very big explosions there on stream coming out of Gaza, ladies and gentlemen. I think that was outgoing fire. Yeah, that sounded like outgoing fire. Again, if somebody wants to chime in there in the live chat, let me know what you guys think, if that was... That sounds like outgoing artillery battery fire. Yeah, so I think those second explosions that we hear are basically the munitions exploding. Either that or an echo coming back. Roadkill 506 says, sounds metal AF. A senior UN official said Russian strikes were inflicting unimaginable suffering on the people of Ukraine and that more than 18 million Ukrainians, or 40% of the population, needed humanitarian assistance. Same thing is unfolding here in Gaza, ladies and gentlemen. The U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said that Russia would be successful in Ukraine unless Washington's support for Kyiv continued. He said, quote, I can guarantee that without our support, Putin will be successful, Austin said during a Senate hearing on Joe Biden's request for $106 billion to fund plans for Ukraine. Okay, that sounds like either tank fire or outgoing artillery or... That sounds like either outgoing tank fire or outgoing artillery, and when we're hearing the secondary explosions, like from the rounds impacting. Also, wow, do you guys see that? I'm seeing some stuff incoming here. Yeah. You guys are hearing those. Those are like the second. So those second explosions, those thumps, those are the rounds impacting whatever they're firing at. That's what we're hearing. Last up from my Ukraine reporting tonight says Russia has reportedly imposed additional currency controls in an attempt to prop up the falling ruble, restricting Western companies that sell their Russian assets from taking the proceeds in dollars and euros. Very interesting. All right, stand by here. So in a post from Reuters earlier today, it says Iran warns of harsh consequences if the Gaza attacks continue, saying Iran's foreign minister Hossein warned on Wednesday of, quote, harsh consequences if attacks on the Gaza Strip, the latest in a series of warnings from the country, which backs Hamas in Gaza and militias elsewhere in the region. Quote, if an immediate ceasefire doesn't take place in the Gaza Strip and the rapid attacks by U.S. and Zionist regime continue, then the consequences would be harsh, they said. Again, more threats. They were saying that if Israel even invaded, that they would do stuff. An interesting post here tonight, coming from Haaretz. Again, this is an opinion article. Says there will never be a better time for Israel to strike in Iran. This is some interesting stuff here, folks. It says for 20 years, Iran has been harming Israel and Western interests in the Middle East, as well as other regions, with absolute impunity. It does this by means of proxies that include Hezbollah members, Houthis, and Iraqi Shiite Muslims. If there's an Israeli or Western response, it is the proxies that pay the price. And there will never be a better time for Israel to strike in Iran than now. In a news article from Politico earlier today, it says Iranian foreign minister deflects questions about threatening the U.S. Iran's foreign minister said his country doesn't want the Israeli-Hamas war to expand, but declined to say that Iran would not get involved in the conflict. In some interesting China-Taiwan news, China keeps up military pressure on Taiwan, sending 43 planes and 7 ships near the self-governing island. This is coming from Associated Press. This came out of Taipei Wednesday. Taiwan government said that China sent 43 military aircraft and 7 ships near the self-ruled island. The latest sign that Beijing plans no let-up in its campaign of harassment, threats, and intimidation. Taiwan's defense ministry said the figure was current for the 24 hours up to 6 o'clock a.m. Wednesday, and that 37 of the aircraft had crossed the median line in Taiwan Strait, which China no longer recognizes as an informal divider between the sides. Also, it said Taiwan had monitored the situation, scrambled jet fighters, dispatched ships, and activated land-based missile systems, all standard responses to Chinese military activities, which include crossing into Taiwan's air defense identification zone, but not into its actual airspace. Such Chinese maneuvers have become frequent and aggressive since the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan in August 2022. China suspended military communication with the U.S. to show its displeasure over her trip to Taiwan, which Beijing considers part of its territory to be brought under its control by force if necessary. So Iran-backed militias continue to attack U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria. Iran's militias in Iraq and Syria have launched at least 24 strikes, primarily with drones, rockets, and mortars on U.S. military bases in recent days. The Pentagon, meanwhile, is sending 300 more troops to the Middle East as attacks mount against U.S. bases there. Yeah, 23 times in the last 2 weeks it was. Matthew Skaggs asks a great question. He says, you think after Nemico Season 1, Russia versus Ukraine, now Season 2, Palestine versus Israel, will we see a Season 3, China versus Taiwan? He says, just joking, but like, damn, this sucks. Yeah, I agree. I hope we don't see a Season 3. Or if we do, it's not related to any major conflict like China and Taiwan. I think more likely we might see Season 2.5 bonus cut, which is Israel v. Iran, or U.S. v. Iran in some way, possibly either through proxy or directly. Again, that would probably be your Season 2.5 or your Season 3 here on the Nemico Network. Let's hope that we don't see a China v. Taiwan in the near future. That would be pretty bad. But as things are going now, I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility. Just with the amount of just bad decisions being made on a global level lately by some of these countries. So, 3 days ago, Israeli bases in occupied Golan, U.S. bases in Deir ez-Zor were also bombed. So again, a lot of attacks happening on U.S. bases by these Iranian-backed militia groups. In some North Korean news, North Korean officials are ordered to support Palestinians, says South Korea. So the North Koreans support the Palestinians. So again, this is interesting. This alignment, you guys, this global alignment here or this axis of evil, as the mainstream media has been calling it. And again, it's very rhetorical. You know, it's very it's kind of funny because it's a lot like what we saw before World War II. You know, this rhetoric of you know, this axis of evil, so to speak. David Noble says Nemico 2.5.5 Kosovo/Serbia simmering but cold, but could get nasty. He says yes, and we've been keeping an eye on Kosovo and Serbia. Again, that ties right in. Kosovo and Serbia tie right into Russia's domain, in my opinion. So, North Korea believed to so far exported 1 million shells to Russia in support of its war in Ukraine. So they are really getting in bed with the Russians. The Chinese are getting in bed with the Russians. The Chinese and the North Koreans are kind of repairing their shaky relationship. I mean, they're close, but they have their issues. But then Iran's getting buddy-buddy with the both of them. And, again, that's where things get dicey. If Iran has support from larger allies, like China and Russia, that could be bad news in the Middle East. Especially if China and Russia are willing to back up Iran in some of these conflicts that could possibly break out here. Twitcher79 says, what's Syria's game? Whatever Iran and Russia's game is. So again, a second war could easily... Oh, wow. So, again, a lot of fire happening there. I believe that's... Yeah, you hear that? I think that was outgoing artillery fire. A second war could easily erupt in Europe while everyone's distracted by Ukraine. While the war in Ukraine is ongoing, tensions have escalated in another part of Europe that remains highly volatile. Again, speaking to Kosovo and Serbia. On September 29th, White House spokesperson John Kirby said that Serbia was amassing an unprecedented number of forces at the border. This comes a month ago. By the way, I think we have a casualty count for that strike in Gaza at Jabalia. Currently 195 killed, 120 missing. On September 29th, White House spokesperson John Kirby said that Serbia was amassing an unprecedented number of forces at the border, with 4,500 NATO troops stationed in Kosovo through the KFOR peacekeeping mission. The threat of military showdown with the West as well as with Kosovo may have appeared real, but there was no further escalation. After a phone call with U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, Vučić announced that he had called some of the troops to withdraw from the border. But again, it's very high tensions there between Kosovo and Serbia. But again, there could be another war breaking out there in Europe. I guess again, I like to say that Kosovo-Serbia situation it's kind of in the same way. It's a proxy situation. It's a proxy war in the same way that we have the situation in Ukraine unfolding. It's Russia v. the West. That's what you're seeing in Kosovo and Serbia. And of course, there's some other deeper issues there. Miss Tiger Eye? I wasn't looking at the screen. I was reading news. She says, "What the fuck, Nemico? Oh my. What was it? Did I miss something?" She said, "Well, okay, that's not flares." Did I miss something? She says, "Yes, you should rewind." Rewind? I've never rewound before. Crispy critters getting made? Somebody said. I don't see it. How far back? How far back am I going? was a bunch of fire flashes that were quick. Oh wow, I'm seeing some incoming stuff on screen right there real quick right now. A bunch of fire flashes that were quick. I'm looking. I'm scrolling. I think I see what, yeah. Like airbursts, somebody says. Yeah, that could be what we're seeing. Speedy Scroll says same as what was just on the screen. Yeah, I see those. I see those. Oh yeah, what happened to our clock? What happened to our clock? Oh, okay. There we go. There's an explosion. 4:55 a.m. here, Gaza time. 69, thank you for that. Yeah, some pretty intense activity we're seeing here on screen, ladies and gentlemen. Some pretty intense activity. Yeah, some pretty intense shelling occurring here, guys, on screen. Wow. Yeah, also hearing some small arms fire in there. Not too far off. Absolutely crazy stuff. Well, folks, that about sums up tonight's reporting, or all of the news that I had to bring to you for tonight. I expect it to be a pretty busy news cycle after Friday. I'm expecting some big news Friday. 69, we are aware of the echo. We're going to deal with that. I'm not going anywhere, Miss Tiger Eye. Not for, at least for a little bit here. I do need another beverage, though. Let's see if I can summon one. I'm gonna try to summon a beverage real quick, see if that's possible. Let's see here. Can I summon a beverage? Let's see if this works. I am summoning a beverage. Currently summoning a beverage. Currently 5 a.m. here in Gaza. That's definitely small arms fire. Andy Hayes, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, here's one on me, Nemico. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Highly appreciated. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Member for 6 months. Oh, she's been a member for 6 months. Awesome. Says word. Speedy Squirrel gifted the 5 community memberships. Thank you so much for the support. Highly appreciate it, as always. Been killing it with the support lately. Big shout out to the new members. Bremner's Ghost, Smuggies, Twitch79, Just Me, and Misery Prepper. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Give a big round of applause. Big thank you to Speedy Squirrel for gifting those wonderful memberships. Michelle Welch says, dang, what did I miss? Quite a bit has been going on here. I hope everybody had a good Halloween, by the way, for those of you that celebrated. We had a little bit of a Halloween stream yesterday. We were gonna go over, or we're going to rate costumes and pumpkin carving. We had a whole bunch of fun costumes, and we had a pumpkin. We had one pumpkin. One pumpkin, you guys. One pumpkin was posted over there. It was a hell of a pumpkin, though. Is that a Van Gogh? Sounds like Van Gogh or something carved into a pumpkin. Yeah, again for the members, my plan is to get some like a members only video of some kind or something out to you guys here in the next week or two. Patty was a Nemico mod for Halloween. That's funny. Big explosion there. Yeah, big shout out to everybody that posted their Halloween costumes and pumpkins and stuff in the battle station. That's awesome. Ethan, number C137, says, why do we seem to be getting an increase in wars lately? That's a good question. Speedy says, oh, 3 Chinese warships currently visiting the UAE. I did not know that. There's our rooster friend. Watcher says Steve is the Gaza version of Dasha. A lot of explosions, a lot of incoming rounds there. Striking here in Gaza. Crawdad, good to see you. Big explosion there. Lit up the whole sky. All right, so 69. Who's a mod in the live chat? Wow. A lot of explosions there. Thank you, 69, for sending me that. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that was pretty big. That was a pretty big explosion. That lit up the entire area. That was probably one of the biggest ones we've seen all night that he sent me. But yeah, those were really loud too. So again, guys, I will be hopping off tonight, but I'm going to keep the view just like it is now. And I will occasionally pop in if crazy stuff is going down. Yeah, DoomPie, don't worry. I'm going to get to the bottom of the audio issues. I just didn't have a chance to get to it today. I've been slacking. I've been really busy here. Got a lot going on. But I got a new mic, and I just got to set it up. Mr. Thermistor, thank you so much as well. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight, guys. Bye.